Oh, that seems kind of loud. Okay. I think I've done everything I need. All right. A new game. Yo, what's up, Luce? You ready for some Ace Attorney nonsense?
After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great
Japan Gund.
change, and some was swept away by the tide.
Oh. Goodbye.
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of
What's
a
up, Luce?
story.
Wait, but that's me. I shot a man? Adventure of the Great Departure. Okay, so he said island nation. That's in French, but everything's in Japanese. November 22nd, 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants, Antechamber 5. I don't know what this is, but I'm excited. We're gonna be a lawyer. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. Internal monologue. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? So we're actually in Japan, and not in, like, Japanifornia, like in Phoenix, right? Okay. Interesting. Waiting to decide my fate. Oh, hi. What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough. He is not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes. And until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Are you threatening him, sir? Yo, what's up, Zoka? Hope you have a great stream. Unfortunately, you can't stay since you're heading out, but gotten the notification, thus decides they... yuck. Well, I hope you have a wonderful time going out, Zoka. Thank you so much for stopping by. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how to act, how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Yes, of course, sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. Yo! Welcome! Thank you for the raid! Of which I was a part of. Neat! Welcome in, how was Digimon? And let me get you a shout out. Good, need food? Go get you some food, friend. There you go, apologizing again. Or there you go again. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student? But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing you need to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend, also in his second year at Yume University. He's far more clever than I, a star student in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old, here in Japan anyway. My qualifications don't mean much, yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. Oh, you said the exact same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend. Oh. This isn't even like a rough game to run. This is literally a visual novel. What the heck? Twitch? What is that emote? Stinking like... Ooh, it looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world? I'm really happy for you and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. He has an entire temple, or are you talking about the temples on his head? I want to bring about change in our own legal system. Twitch be twitching for sure. That's why I have to cross the ocean and see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. The heart of the wrong person. Names. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's city in London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear. Look at the time. I better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. Partner. It was straight after that when it happened. Asogi, may I have a word? Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now, Asogi. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may have been some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at a university before. I see. I'll be going at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. Words coming out of my mouth. Alright then, Ryunosuke, I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. Oh. This is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry. You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand? As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you have no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. What? As I suspected, you are unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. Then why did you tell him? He's agreed to defend me knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it. I swear it. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry, what do you mean? You'll understand soon, once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. That's a word. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asagi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving. There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. Jeez. They're so... That's harsh. This is it. If the trial goes badly, Cosmo's dreams of starting abroad are over, and what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence, the trial that would decide my destiny. Neat. 22nd November, 9 a.m., Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. His eyes be going crazy. Looking everywhere, be like, So, this is a courtroom. He's bugging out. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. They all look like military officials. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. Yep. The powers that have demanded... No. The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time, but for now... You need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke and Naruhodo. Blah. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. Before we begin, there's one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That is correct. That is correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Why did the knocking not knock? Hello? I didn't even hear the knocking, though. What the heck? It didn't play because you saw it? Mm-hmm. Hold on. Are my sound alerts for? What the heck? Oh, there we go. Oh, that's really freaking delayed. What? That was delayed by like 30 seconds. What? Anyway. Well, back to the game. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do, I need to answer quickly. What should I do? The answer, I do! Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. I am standing here beside the defendant. I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be what? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. Means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off? No, it's not that, really. It's just that, well, on the off the chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well. Does the accused admit defeat already, renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Oh, yes, exactly. Well, exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not that confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetuated a most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature in Japan. Accordingly, it is the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Oh, this is about to get like Looney Tunes BS. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. Oh, well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So, let's start with the very simplest of questions. Yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. What was it again? Inosuke. Let me guess, your mind's gone blank? You know me so well. All the relevant information of this case... All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of E. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. I just have to press E for the court record? Alright, there's no time to lose. This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with E. People! You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press Z to go back. So remember, everything you do with the current case can be found in the court record. Standard Ace Attorney? Now you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the People's section of the court record and press R to present. Try it now. Oh, I can't show him my badge. I have to... University... Oh, what is it? Wow, I'm blanking on the term they call the judge. Mr. Judge, sir, I am the victim. Presents university badge. Press R to prove. Yes! Yes! Not take this, just yes! The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Welcome in, coming in with a fart. Julie... Liux? Liux? We're just gonna call you Julie. How you doing, Julie? Man, it's gassy in this courtroom. Did the gallery get fed beans or something? And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education, have you no honor? But I didn't do it. This case is going under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to the matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. This game is sponsored by Taco Bell. I had Taco Bell for lunch. Makes sense. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Oh. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow, then, partner. British Empire. Wow, it's so incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. Cause of death? Well, obviously that was, Ryunosuke. Remember that in court every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now. Can I... Can I quick save? Is there a quick save? Oh, yes, there is. There is a save. Time of death. Cause of death, a single bullet fired at close range. Fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound. Bullet did not pass through the body. Okay.
Yes.
Well... According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile. Wow, I feel called out. That is the post-mortem report, I take it? Sorry, yes, that's right. The, post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. Yep. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Really? This is just... Much legal shenanigans is going to happen, I can already tell. And it's not based on the reputation of the game. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This so-called photographic print of the scene... Oh, this is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern the scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range, not just close range, point blank, gun barrel to chest. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. Photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. A photographic print shows the victim. He was shot from the front in the chest and subsequently died. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail's incredible. Very well. I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better appraise the court with the facts of the case, The prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened.
This is it then.
Tutorial over. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind.
The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba?
Japanese names are hard to read at a glance. Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me, but that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant.
Of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asagi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial.
He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he?
Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma.
Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats.
Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. Satoru Hosonaga. Okay. I am the head waiter at the Western-style restaurant called La Carnival.
Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some,
Oh, he's, bleeding internally. It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me.
Well, it really should.
As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels and to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago.
Understood. Hosonaga-san, would you kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident?
At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please.
Bruh, you're so extra.
Perspiring maybe, but aspiring?
It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few dinners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied.
That fits in with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place.
It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out into the dining area to see what happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair, and standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Yes?
Hold on, let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him.
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur.
But...
Next time you interrupt and at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo.
Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in our court today? Yes, without question.
I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim?
No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student.
What did he just say? There was no one else around that table.
What's the matter, Ryunosuke?
That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table.
Really?
And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do?
Nope. Here you go back.
No, we're interjecting anyway. Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for our court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all?
But I'm sure of what I saw.
Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of the events is just hazy? No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone.
I don't believe it.
I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. A sketch of the establishment's layout, drawn by yourself, I presume? That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're clearly a very conscious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan over to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. Waiter's business card has been added into the court record. Head waiter's business card and a sketch of the restaurant's layout is on the back. Dude, stop dying. It's bad for your health. Jeez.
So the court has now heard a precis of the case.
He's dying? Yeah, for sure. Yes, at the moment, the gunshot was heard in the restaurant. The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. No, we're not. Defendant Naruhodo?
Yes, Your Excellency.
If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you.
In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court.
Unsworn?
Does that mean that they're allowed to lie?
What does unsworn mean?
But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present in the scene of the crime.
But they said no one else was there. What do you think?
What do you think I should do, Kazuma?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. You said it, Professor Mikotova said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this.
As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it?
What?
If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means is necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we shall see just how decisive this evidence really is. Also, epilepsy warning. I probably should have that somewhere in the chat. This game series likes to do a bunch of randomly flashing scenes sometimes to be dramatic. So, don't hurt yourself watching the stream, please. Prosecutor Ouchie. Ouchie. Please continue with the proceedings.
Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. Huh? In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever.
Anime dings. Okay, bro.
The prosecution calls its next witness.
Very well. Officer, bring forth the witness at once. This is 2 witnesses?
One at a time, so they can't corroborate the story?
Anyway. This is not a American court. It's fine.
Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court.
Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Iesa Nosa, reporting for duty, sir.
I myself find employee as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquary from Florentine of our nation Nippon, and conduct my trade for Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd District, Kiryo Korikuta. Kiryo Korikuta, at your service. These long names.
An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing.
Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question.
They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned.
Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma in the establishment in question. Always past noon. And not infrequently, converse with interested parties. And not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying.
I can't either, and I'm reading it. He is an antique dealer. It sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Rich clientele. Lich clientele? Okay. Lich customers. Long live the undead army. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer.
Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct?
Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir. This man's impossible to understand. As impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So this is the decisive evidence and the prosecution was threatening? The soldier is claiming he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Yes, sir, yes, sir. Meh? What was the baby cry? Does he have a baby on his back? Is that what the thing is? Is he carrying a baby? Standing by, ready to report, sir.
Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon.
What does that word even mean?
I have the old man shakes.
I was investigating a regular beefsteak ingesting. Investigating. I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man.
Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman.
At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's action with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian. From the back, the cowardly little weasel. My guy, it was from the front. You're lying. We have proof it's from the front.
I was on my hands and knees, investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio.
Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed a vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. Every time it gets me. That wicked university cadet, sir. Sir, is that a knife? Are you brandishing a weapon in court? Hello? Has he been doing that? And I just didn't pay attention? I thought he was fiddling with a jar. The cruel and unforgivable enemy.
What times we live in, when an English gentleman may be assailed in broad light of day.
But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant, when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it, so I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, bang! Well, if that's the truth, there's obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now.
As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty, as I am clearly not listening to their testimonies. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice.
Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Because I wasn't listening to it either. Therefore, it is my great... what in the name of the Emperor's meaning of this outburst? I mean, the defense demands its right to cross-examine.
Dear me, let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it? How pathetic.
How did he know?
Prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
The defense is asserting its right to cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it, is irrelevant. Cosmo is so commanding. Oh, wrong voice, whatever. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means what the soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it. And the key to doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now, let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. The dull smack of the hands on wood. Instead of the pound. Alright then. It's all or nothing. What the witnesses saw. 5 strikes and I'm out, I guess? I was ingesting a regulation beef steak at the restaurant while having a tactful discussion with the old man. Nice. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly weasel. That's it. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Okay. Not G. What was the court record? So we got 2 new things. We got this. He too was having a steak. And then we also have this. Wait, can we see through the paper? Or is it like a watermark? Entrance, kitchen. Okay.
Yes!
Oh, no. Well, what about this last statement made by the witness? That was an accident. It seems perfectly reasonable to me.
Exactly. Perfectly reasonable in every way.
Perhaps you should take a leaf out of the witness's book and learn to be more reasonable yourself.
Alright. I just need to calm down and think everything through again from the start.
I should save again, so I don't have to go through all that dialogue.
Yes!
So press it. Why aren't you saying anything? Is this some new interrogation technique? Also, I want to look at the court record and actually read everyone's things. Kazuma Asogi, second year at the Imperial Yume University. He's my best friend, and despite being a student, qualified defense lawyer as well. Yujin Mikotoba, 42, a medical school professor at the Imperial Yume University, is an authority in forensic medicine. Kazuma's mentor. Taketsuchi Aochi, 51, the lead prosecutor of this case, who would appear to have little love for the changes in the Cultural Reformation has brought about. John H. Wilson, the victim of this case, he was a visiting professor of medicine at Yume University from the British Empire. Satoru Hosonaga, the head waiter, European-style restaurant Le Carnival. He was serving there on the day of the incident. Isia Nosa, an army sergeant of the Empire of Japan, who witnessed the incident. And Kiyurio Korikuta, that's a name, that's a mouthful. The owner of Rasute, an antique shop situated on a street corner in the 2nd District. He is a witness to the incident. Okay.
Why aren't you saying anything? I hadn't actually thought of what I wanted to ask.
Just ask about anything that catches your attention. Anything that bothers you.
Alright then.
This beef steak you mentioned, what kind of food is that?
Attention! Beef steak is a delicious cut of veal vigorously cooked on a cast iron grill and served piping hot. Oh.
If food could receive medals of honor, beef steak would be almost as highly decorated as a cutlet.
Right, I see. Thank you, sir. So, next question. This cutlet you mentioned, what kind of food is that?
Cutlet is a delicious cut of veal tossed in breadcrumbs and deep fried in cooking oil. Accept your guilty verdict to atone for your crimes, and when you're released from prison, try it.
Sir, yes, sir. Yes, sir, I will, sir. On the double, sir.
Sorry to interrupt, but how about trying to stick to your questions that are relevant to the case?
Oops, sorry. I'll do my best. So, next question. Is it just me, or do you keep hearing a sort of wah crying? Negative. Well,
At least we've learned that he's a big beef lover. Affirmative.
It's not easy knowing what questions to ask. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a peculiarly fine golden curio to the military gentleman.
Yes!
I have no idea what you're talking about. Koban boy.
Koban? You mean old Edo coin?
The day prior to the incident, a treasure of exceptional value from the Oe period entered my possession. I took myself to the restaurant the following day with said item secreted in my bosom pocket, in the hope of an affluent, cognizant, appraised of its indisputable value being present.
So you were hoping to sell your Koban coin to Sergeant Nosa, whom you met at the restaurant?
Yes, it's quite clear where you're going with this, boy. You were about to assert that a penniless soldier would have no hope of purchasing a precious Koban. Isn't that so?
Well... You little upstart cadet. You want to add disrespecting a superior officer to your list of crimes? Do you? Blatant subordination. No, I didn't say anything. Although penniless might be just the word I was looking for.
In any case, the hour was already advanced beyond that of midday luncheon. There remained precious few present with whom I could engage in discourse about matters of business. The gentleman aside me, who was grappling with his braised veal at the time, was my sole prospect.
I see. In that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back of the cowardly little weasel.
Oh, I need to press that. Press.
Yes!
So this black university cadet, you're saying that was... I've had just about enough of your sauce, cadet. Who else do you see around here in a black uniform, Well, there's someone standing right next to me who just fits that description as well, but... It was you, you little weasel. You unloaded the firearm on that man. From behind his back. And you call yourself a citizen of the great empire of Nippon? You disgust me. What is it, Ryunosuke? I'm not quite sure. It's something that the sergeant just said, but I can't put my finger on it. Something's playing on my mind. In that case, check back over the details of the evidence you gathered in the court record. And if you find an inconsistency there with what the witness just said, then don't hold back. Present the evidence to the court, thrust it in the witness's face, and make him choke on it. Oh my. Okay, put your sword away, Kazuma. We don't need to be drawing weapons.
I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio.
On your hands and knees? Could you explain that, please? Okay.
That's right.
He's ready with the katana. Yeah, he is. Ready to cut someone down.
That's right. Spurning the arthritis, I was in order to retrieve the lost piece.
What lost piece are you referring to? Sir, that is a jade vase. I don't think you want to be smashing that on thing.
The Koban coin, of course. The exquisite Hoi era Koban coin. I had just been showing the rare treasure to the military man as he masticated his meal.
Okay, dude.
After averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished.
The Koban? The Koban coin vanished?
Hence, I began to acquaint myself with the intricacies of the floor in order to locate it. And then it happened.
You heard the gunshot, you mean...
None other than, though it was no concern of mine, I was frantically scouring the floor for the aforementioned lost treasure.
So in fact, you didn't actually witness the precise moment when the incident occurred?
Indeed, myself I did not.
I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. Listen, Ryunosuke. We know there are lies lurking in these statements. It's time to expose them. I understand that. The question is how? Like I said before, the key to this is using evidence that you've collected. You can examine and present evidence while a witness is giving testimony by pressing E. Going through each witness's statement and the details about each piece of evidence and compare all the facts. Somewhere in there, you'll find something that doesn't add up. In other words, an inconsistency. An inconsistency? When you find a statement and a piece of evidence that seem to contradict each other, present your evidence with R and rip the witnesses apart. Oh. This is kind of extreme. Do I need a sword for that? Just be careful, because if you assert a contradiction that has no basis, you'll be given a penalty. I have learned that the hard way by accident. If you're dealt too many penalties, the defense's case will fall apart and you'll receive a guilty verdict. So that's it. Pursue the evidence in the court record and find an inconsistency with the witness's statement. Alright, I'll give it a try. You can hear the witness's statements over and over again as many times as you'd like. So keep your head and be measured in your attack. Good luck, partner. Okay. A gunshot to the chest. I feel like presenting either one of these would work, so I'm just gonna go with this one.
Yes!
Because it's like a visual display of it as well. It can't really be contradicted, or it can't be argued with that it's showing the front. Mm-hmm.
What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination?
Isn't it insubordination? Are those different words?
Inconsistency, sir.
Now I have to look this up. Subordination. Definition. Being subordinate. Being of lower rank. So what is insubordinate? Defiant of authority. So he's just accusing me of being a lower rank? He's not even really saying... I don't understand, but okay.
I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here.
What nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know?
Well, obviously. That, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth.
I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom.
Ah, this is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Cosmo, what?
What are you talking about?
It's apparent from the single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement.
What?
Sergeant Isia Nosa. Iesa? I don't know. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir. Then you should have those eyes checked out.
Yes!
But no, that just can't be.
And why not, cadet?
Because... Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness's statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is an obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Baby! Oh, what was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again? Certainly there's clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this junction, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir. What? The last testimony the court heard was proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Iesa Nosa, the full names, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all.
That's absurd.
I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom.
Yeah.
There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial just from that one discrepancy? So this is what being an ace attorney is all about? Where is the wind flowing from?
But I definitely saw him. That university cadet was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either?
Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
Yeah, you were looking for your Kuban coin, weren't you?
Indeed. The prized Hoi-era Koban. Hunting around under the table, I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there. And then it happened.
You heard the gunshot, you mean?
Indeed I did. But I heeded it not, for it. I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoi treasure. Nothing could distract me.
Out of interest, Did you find the coin in the end?
No.
I see.
That lamentable day, the precious Hoekuban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself.
Are you... Are you accusing the military sergeant? As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness's testimony this court has heard was inconclusive, no matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial now. What is your position, Prosecutor Aight?
Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a trigger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back.
Huh?
My witnesses have further testimony to make.
Explain.
On hearing their next statements, it would become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well. The court invites the witness to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear?
As clear as Kiriko. As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency.
Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir.
He has a baby.
Excuse me, but there's someone peeking over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name Aight. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny.
Aight. Tension.
Your father's built to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. Wait. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing.
Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black. That much I myself did see.
Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel there.
Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself.
Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the English gentleman over and out.
Yes!
Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all.
Please, enough of these outbursts already.
But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evidence beyond all reasonable doubt the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact.
What? Is this photographic print of the scene of the crime, Counsel?
Indeed. of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set.
Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. The bottle of carbonated water. Ugh, itchy nose. And a steak lunch can be seen at the victim's table. Neat. Let's look at that. I'm sure this magnifying glass will become, like, useful at some point, but right now it feels like it's kind of just not. Okay. I mean, it definitely is just that, I don't know. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible nobody else saw that woman. And the waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw the woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph that report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt.
And these are very sensitive political times, as we know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Taketsuchi Ouchi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor.
How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say there is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it. To draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick, understood?
Rules can be so unbending at times.
Ugh. The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment, it's almost the same thing.
Yes!
Are you sure about that? No. It's not the same thing at all. For start, I didn't fire the gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. I don't think so.
Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked.
And? We all blink all the time, like... What? Did you?
Did you see it? Did you see me blink?
How could I?
And yet, it is an undeniable fact that I did blink. So there you have it.
Have what? The insurance? The sound of the firearm rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman.
I think that says it all, don't you? And let us not forget that the antiques dealer witnessed the accused in this in this most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Horikuto-san?
Yes, pointing the gun at the foreign man he was. That young lad in black, that much myself I did see.
Yes!
Yes, it may have been true that I was holding a gun at that point in time, but I've told you already, that's only because I picked it up off the floor.
Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away.
I just finished drinking my coffee. I was about to leave the restaurant when... Oh, I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. At that exact moment, bang! A gunshot rang in my ears.
Full of events beyond our control, life is.
Sorry, what do you mean?
In your case, I found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated a testing predicament.
Wait, which precipitated this testing predicament?
Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the command floor coin from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result.
Huh?
Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you, with the pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner.
Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present.
Yes!
You must have noticed someone else was at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
As you have been at pains to point out time and time again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman.
If only there'd been more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know, of course, the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day and why he was alone.
Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason.
There was?
This was found in the victim's jacket pocket.
What is that, Counsel?
It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at the clinic prior to visiting the restaurant.
Hata Clinic, Yes. Oh. There would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. I'm really hoping this isn't a reprisal of a character that I don't like. If I have to go and investigate there. 19th November, noon past 1 a.m. Oh, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident.
So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this as evidence before, as it really had no bearing on the case.
I wonder. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, it's hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for it to be submitted as evidence? Yeah, why not?
Yes!
The more the better, I guess. If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency.
On what grounds?
The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous, not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern. Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues.
I beg your pardon?
You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request.
Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend.
Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. It has been added to the record. What we need right now is new clues. So, let's look at it. What's the thing? Can I not examine? I can't examine it. Okay. What is the information on it? I did not read. From Haunted Clinic was found in the victim's pocket. Okay. Neat. What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you.
You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you'd like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witnesses' testimonies leave no room for doubt.
Yeah, it's about as callous. My ears becoming about as callous as yours is from hearing that. As yours is from mine, from me saying there was a woman there, and just shut up about it. Gotta go to bed now. Have a wonderful rest of stream, and I'll see you next time. Alright, Luce. Thank you so much for stopping by. Sleep well and sweet dreams. And see you next time.
Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Korekuta-san.
Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself.
So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone?
That I did. Forgive me for the position I place you in.
So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there is only a single beef steak on the victim's table. A meal for one.
No. The antiques dealer and the sergeant and the waiter testified for. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. Oh, if I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the English gentleman over and out.
Yes!
Alright. Why aren't you telling the truth? What did you say, cadet? I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed, but for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter whose testimony the court heard earlier clearly stated the same thing. He also said the victim was alone. That's right.
Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady.
But I...
If such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, The prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made.
I'm gonna go ahead and save.
It is a blatant waste of the court's time.
There's nothing I can say to that. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes. This is a brand new piece of evidence, so perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are ones you may examine. Press space and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Use arrow keys to rotate in all directions and examine it from all angles by using WASD. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press space to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card to see if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Yep, that is what we were just told. Okay. Medical report card required for every visit. John Wilson, Auto Clinic. The date is missing. Also the page, hold on. It says Hata Clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I had ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have only had one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses of that kind. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. It looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a record of long-term treatment. That's why, with the family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine going to a doctor. I mean, as long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point, so you don't like doctors then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine and they give you painful injections. And then they demand lots of money for you for the privilege. All when you're at your lowest ebb. You sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less. For which the only cure is a very bitter medicine indeed. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Oh, there's an entry for the date the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Wait, so If he just had a molar taken out, why would he be eating steak? He shouldn't have been eating that soon after or something like that anyway. So then, the steak meal was the woman's? Yes, I've heard of this. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia, although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you from feeling pain. There's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in. Thank you for getting that. I appreciate it. The meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you think? Definitely. It's almost the same thing. That doesn't matter. Pointing the gun at the farm man, young lad in black was. Saw that. The visual search of the premises at the time confirmed we were the only personnel present. Alone he was there, the Englishman dining all by himself. No other back uniformed cadet could be dispatched over and out. Okay, so it's this line of dialogue I press. Present. I'm a lawyer? Or a student, I guess? Wait, so can I can turn this one. Ooh, it has number on it. 000901. Wait. Also, why would the steak meal be to his back? Why would his chair have been turned around from the table he was eating at? That doesn't make sense. So it wasn't a watermark. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. This guy's not a waiter. This guy's a detective. He lied. The audacity. Okay. Right.
Yes!
Not press. Wait. Hold up. Wait. Wait. Do. Yeah. Right. Yeah, I get it. That's not his table. We have been lied to. Yes, they are all lying. Dining by himself. Wait, no.
Yes!
Well, I think,
What are you wittering about, lad? You call yourself a lawyer?
I wish I could, but first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Inosuke, everyone stumbles on their first words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I can see it quite clearly that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully. You knew exactly what it is you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright, and thanks for the advice. Kurikuta-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim.
I see. And I don't see. What of it, boy?
Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement... Smack. Clearly something doesn't add up.
Dear me. Have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur?
Sorry, what?
You are not to interrupt the court proceedings with your amateurish drivel.
But...
Let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon. The victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may have not done before that time is completely irrelevant.
But that's... Remember, Ryusuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point.
Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There's surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witnesses' testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides the pale-faced pupil who could possibly have perceived.
This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that?
What? That outburst has half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant?
Perhaps because Hada Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic.
A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me?
Perhaps if I told you the victim had just had a tooth extracted?
What's this now?
And furthermore, if I told you that as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating? Just what are you trying to say, Cadet? He had orders to not eat? So what? It's all written up here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off.
What? No. That can't be...
Kurikuta-san?
What, boy? What?
As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all.
No.
Additionally,
There's more?
there's more. You have ascertained the court with unwavering You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of an anesthetic. Expertly done, partner. Rabble, 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 rabble.
What? What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic?
How dare you?
I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant have turned. The tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Yes, most definitely. So, having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat? Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating in the pictured beef... Who in fact, was eating the pictured beefsteak? The court will now will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... Your Honor, it was me. I was eating the steak. I think it may have been me. It is not enough that you look like the man's life, but you took his meal as well? That's a bee sting on a crying face. Some people seem to think they can do whatever they like. And some people think they can say whatever they like. Ryunosuke. Sorry, you're right. Of course I didn't eat it. Next time you make a quip like that, I'll make you eat your words. Then you'll be needing some dental surgery yourself. Alright. I get the message. Well, if it wasn't him, it wasn't me. It was clearly the two witnesses. I bet it was the sergeant and the antique stealer, Nosa-san and Korikuta-san. Are you taking the cake, cadet? You think I'd share rations with this decrepit graybeard?
Insult me by accusing me with this brutish carnivore, would you?
You're both present at the scene. Neither of you can deny that you had the opportunity. You addle-brained idiot. I had my own regulation beefsteak set before me at my own table. As any soldier worth his salt would tell you, you seize whatever rations are put in front of you. It seems you may need to reconsider your answer, counsel. Of course, Your Excellency. The person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been the victim himself. Obviously. Ryunosuke, come on, pull yourself together. The victim couldn't have been eating at the time. You just told the court that yourself. Oh, yeah, of course. I thought it didn't sound quite right. Look, you've even stunned the judge with that ludicrous answer. Alright, then I can use this state of shock to give me time to think and come up with the right answer. I suggest you think through more carefully and try not to shock him in the first place. You're right. Sorry. Person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been the as yet unknown third party. Obviously, it can have only been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table. You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person. Shut it. There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witnesses' testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial relentlessly. Kazuma? Are you insane?
You would take on the government?
Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you.
But what do you mean?
I have issue with them. Those two witnesses in the stand.
What?
What are you talking about? We've demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it turns out now that the two of you were deliberately So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed as complicit in the killing.
Complicit in murder? No. Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right. As the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Oh.
What? What did you just say, Kurikuta-san?
No.
You were just following orders?
No, hold on, lad. I was,
Say you never saw the gentlewoman. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with the lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What is the meaning of all of this? These witnesses gave false statements. Is this true, you pair?
Just the one. Just the one simple slip of the tongue. Order, order. Counsel, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth.
Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this.
Then who's behind this? Who tried to keep you... Who tried to make you keep your mouths shut?
That's classified.
The child is yanking on a mustache. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you?
no, you wouldn't. This can't be happening.
Ryunosuke? I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However... Yep, that is a good however. However... However... I don't believe Ouchi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence would be... There are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything, make sure there's nothing we've missed.
I have a number on my student badge.
There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it's proven these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe.
Please, wait. Your Excellency, I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing.
And what does the defense have to say about all this?
Well, Your Excellency. No time to think. Just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head.
Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate witnesses is... Oh, it's the police. Because I looked at his card, and it said he was with the police. It is this man. He was unsworn. Your Honor. This guy.
Yes!
Well, surely that would be... Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san, the waiter who took the stand earlier.
Poppycock. What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence.
For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter.
What? If he truly were?
Come on now, Rinosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity as proven by this evidence. This evidence on the back of his business card.
Yes!
I'm not sure what this is supposed to prove, Counsel.
I think, Your Excellency, what this proves is not the nature of the waiter, but the true nature of the accused.
Sorry?
A blackguard who had stooped to presenting irrelevant evidence to incriminate an innocent man. That is the true nature of this rookie.
Wait. Try again. Go over all the evidence we have one more time. There's something in there that proves who this waiter really is, I'm sure of it. Can I save? Do I have to... Oh, so it's just because I didn't actually investigate it. Well, this is unexpected. What is it? Look, don't you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That is sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected, it's his job title. His job? Oh. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, police have a lot of power and influence if they're wielding it somehow here. Has been updated in the court record. My bad. And now, Your Honor, I present the business card. The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency. That's the back of the card. It's the back.
of the back of the card that's of interest.
I beg your pardon.
Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is.
Could somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say?
Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession.
The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious. That's right, Your Excellency.
The card reads Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before?
The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses?
They're in the stand.
Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well...
Hold it? Who? Hi? Hi. Inspector Hosonaga.
I was worried something like this may have happened.
The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility.
Court will now take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Well...
Yes, sir. Hand it to the officer. Yeah, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card.
I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It is my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake.
So you mean to say you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Of course, your salary must have been terrible.
I was working undercover.
Undercover?
Yes. There have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover.
Incidents at the restaurant?
Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would have also been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct?
Sir, stop dying.
Correct, Your Excellency.
Unbelievable.
As I suspected.
I bet the other side of that rag just looks absolutely hideous. Bang!
As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, a gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think that would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishwoman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as an Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right. Where's my water? One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Cosmo? UMA University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them is studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory. Is a young English woman. You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for an overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. And the court demands you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Barrett. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of UMA University's medical faculty. Blah. Words. Man, that old man is short. He doesn't look that much short. Oh, it's probably because of where the shoulders are. I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene. And ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to your excellency to decide how we deal with the situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, the victim was dining alone. However, as we have discovered, this premise is false. It'd be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraph report to Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions.
Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or of any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir? You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency.
But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau.
As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly.
So, it won't be a problem?
Oh my. Nothing will get in my way. Except this cold. I really want to know why this man's coughing blood constantly. Court will be adjourned briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear?
Yes. Your Excellency.
Good. Then we have a 35-minute recess before reconvening.
To be continued.
Yes, please. November 11:30. We were in there for 2.5 hours. Actually, that kind of lines up. That's fun. We actually got through it about 10 minutes faster than the actual game time. Neat. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. Ugh, my heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there, you were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. My guy, there's 3 games of this. You're gonna be seeing the inside of a courtroom again. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your Phantom Lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but... Oh, I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, and on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. Just after I bent down and picked it up. Kabang! I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. What? Wait. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yeah, and because I wasn't shut in the pantry, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside the dining area. Ah, there you are. On both of you. Oh, hi. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yeah, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so, which is why I firmly believe we need to send out our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma. Well then, looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes. You need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at Yume. It was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. This gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then, I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Disappears like a ghost. Defendant Naruhodo. Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. That was fast. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before those old fossils know what's hit them. Kazuma? What? Thank you, really. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. And as a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. I'm found guilty in this trial. He's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. This isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from the Yume cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. Food. 12:09 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Courtroom 2. I will be right back. I'm gonna go make another thing of tea, because my throat is hurting from all this talking. Be right back. And we are back. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Aight, have you managed to subpoena the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling? Prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Sorry? Let the government scrutinize, that's their job, it's nothing to worry about.
It's highly unlikely that the good relations we've forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders?
Flounders? Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke.
What do you mean?
A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, and a bungled investigation, missing witnesses? Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England?
Shut up, you jumped up, rookie boy. You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures.
Having an English assassin eliminate this man who is from Britain, wouldn't that be the best case scenario for public relations at this point? Because if they had a diplomat of any kind from Britain in Japan, and the Japanese were the ones, like, in charge of murdering this man, wouldn't that mean they don't honor their treaty? So wouldn't they want to make sure that this English woman is prosecuted? Like, that's what makes sense to me, at the very least. I won't deny that I'm no expert, I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there's one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Ryunosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror. He's still bug-eyed.
You little brats.
Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the purpose of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume, with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett.
Yes. Your Excellency.
That sounded like it was kind of painful, not gonna lie.
She has a swan hat.
And tail feathers?
Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land.
Tea. Somebody bring English tea. In England, no discussions take place without tea. Is that true? No idea.
So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I've been working undercover as the head waiter at La Carne...
Yes, we know all about you already.
Inspector Hosonaga, Where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first.
Is that true?
No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of.
Oh, yes. I think I did, didn't I?
Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman? Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of deception are sorely lacking.
Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please.
Of course. I can read cursive. Cursive this is not.
Hmm?
Is she...
Huh? Question?
Oh, is she speaking in English and they're all Japanese? So, I see.
I'm terribly sorry, dear lady.
Was this written in shorthand? I'm curious. The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student currently enrolled in Yume University's medical facility.
Am I reading that right?
Currently enrolled in Yume University's medical faculty. Why do I keep saying facility?
Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song.
As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough.
Yes, I agree.
You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. Oh. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? She says yes. That's a long yes for English. This could take some time. So, even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting, when you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau.
Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps?
Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Order in the court.
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement.
Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described.
Why are you hiding your identity in court?
I feel like that should be illegal. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only, a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got in a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. Is a condemning testimony indeed. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Quiet, you filthy wretch. Look at you, all blood. And look at this snow-white angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe.
You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you'll need to learn. But he's so annoying! Of course. I was at the scene as well. Ed took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before and reported back to the Bureau. Bureau. I don't know why I'm pronouncing it like that. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. I think that's just blatantly false. Could hide it in her hat? Could hide it, like, in the tail poof skirt thing? She could hide it in a fold in her skirt. Like, there's places you could conceal a firearm. Thank you! I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to.
Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot.
There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. Ugh, that's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. No, Ryunosuke! No! Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I didn't fire the gun. I picked it up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that, which means this lady is hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that is what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. Slight smile. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. A frightening and sorrowful sight. Yay, health is refilled. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. Oh, I need to be pressing. Take that! After 2 p.m., in fact, that is really quite a late luncheon, isn't it? You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are en vogue, isn't that right? No. A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, as it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch the following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense.
Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of an English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is.
So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? Professor was unable to eat, so you ordered yourself a beefsteak.
Yes.
He was unable to eat, you say?
Hi. Hey, puppy. Puppy attorney? Pup attorney? We got a pup. Boop.
And that was because he just had a tooth removed at the Hata Clinic, right? And that's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left.
Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world to be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight.
So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right. Other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water, so it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement? It's meaningful. There was only one glass on the table. The last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case.
Well, 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 how fascinating. Do tell us what this profound bearing,
The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defendant calls for the witness's last statements to be formally added to the testimony.
Well, sidestepped, counsel.
Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said. What you just said to be added to your official testimony.
Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one.
Which one?
Significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase.
I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke.
I ordered beefsteak for myself, and the professor and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water.
Okay.
Yes!
So I guess that's new, so we press. So both you and the professor drank carbonated water, did you? Yes. Being the waiter, I poured 2 glasses myself. I can clearly remember doing so, except you're actually a detective. And the beef steak, that was for you, Miss Brett? The lady said that she heard it was not customary to eat beef here until Japan opened its doors to the world.
Yes, that's true.
What a frightful place, is the lady's opinion.
I've heard it's not customary to eat sashimi in Great Britain. Now that's frightful.
Every country has its own cuisine. As long as people have food to eat, what does it matter? What does it matter what it is?
True, come to think of it. First time I tried carbonated water, it was much more of a shock than the first time I tried beef. But anyway, back to this witness's statement. Somehow I feel like there's something out of place in what she's saying.
We need to pounce on even the slightest thing now, because you never know what might lead us to our goal. Our goal of turning this trial around.
Understood, Kazuma.
After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument.
Yes!
I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did when I noticed him was go over and say hello. Please don't get angry with me.
No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor.
I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry? Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese.
No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. English is the future. We must all supiku Englishu.
I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only in the presence of a beautiful woman,
Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face.
I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be.
Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat.
That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it?
Yeah, I still had some coffee to drink.
And the next time you got up after that was when I'd finished my coffee and stood up to leave. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes.
Yes!
Yes, I did it. Like I said, I did not shoot that gun. And like I said, there's no point in repeating that assertion over and over. Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side.
Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand.
Well, yes, that's true, but all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes, there was someone much closer to the victim than me at the time. The highly suspicious lady.
That will do, you dirty, rotten scoundrel.
Dirty?
Your baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy.
Seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours.
What nonsense. The lady is merely stating what...
Oh, the lady is merely stating what she saw. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned, anyway. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit.
Yes!
It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely. I verified it personally. You verified it? Yes, immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not." That's all you did? You just asked her? Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. No. Why on earth not?
The Honorable Englishwoman clearly stated she did not possess a weapon. There's obviously no need for any future probing into the matter. Further probing into the matter.
Or there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps?
Think what you will, but if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, prosecution demands that you support your assertion with facts.
In other words, he wants evidence. Ugh. The lady wishes to point out that of course she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation, but she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of there. Not get her out of there, I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out she was in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime, which is why she's only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court, of course.
Like a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. You could at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you.
So she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor at the end of which you shot him, which is an outright, totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she is an elegant, refined, young, and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform. Dressed exactly the same way you are, except for the flapping red ribbons. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction it is. If we can't do that, the trial's over. I think I know what I want to present. Even you, with your thick skin, must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Only too well, I feel half dead already. The fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony isn't making me feel any better, either. First thing to do is press her on any of her statements that seem even slightly off to you. And do that, and an opening will present itself, I promise you. I need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. That's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination. Yep. So I guess this. That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left? That is correct, the lady says. Well, it's odd. Very odd.
To me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself.
Rinosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers.
The cheers?
Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Oh. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass picture here.
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutia? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case?
You can't share 2 glasses if there's only 1 glass. Minutia, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. But they're speaking in Japanese, so her responding like this, clearly she understands Japanese. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was also terrifying that everything happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I had been there at all, she said. Good gracious. Sorry.
There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all.
Oh, please.
We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray?
That's absurd.
Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief?
I think it's a little more than mischief. No. No. This can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. Handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England.
So the beautiful lady was very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact still remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. The student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end, it comes to nothing.
Confuse it with logical reasoning. Logical reasoning should be in a court, my guy.
No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already.
Indeed. The young lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement?
Well, I don't know really.
If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show it has some deeper significance. She could have concealed a handgun in the bag. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance there, it is the handbag. Well, obviously it's the handbag, so I want to see the wrong answers. Well, I'm not really sure there's deeper significance here at all. You do get it, don't you? If you can't find a reason why this glass matters, you'll almost certainly be found guilty. I knew you were gonna say that. And I presume you've got this too? The fact that she took the glass away in her handbag, that's the deeper significance here? If I'd worked that out, I would have given it as my answer in the first place. Think about it, the lady was carrying a handbag. It could have had almost anything inside it. So it's time to reconsider your answer, Ryunosuke. I flipped their voices. So it's time to reconsider your answer, Ryunosuke. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation. Blah blah blah. Well, I don't really know. It's the glass, obviously. If you ask me, it's the fact she took the glass that has a deeper significance. Why do you think that? Because it's the property of the restaurant. It's not some harmless act of pilfering like taking a bar of soap home from the public baths, is it? You take soap from the public baths? What? No, I mean, that isn't significant here. It's very significant, but this isn't the time or the place. There are more important things to concentrate on now. I think maybe you should reconsider your position too. Oh, sorry, I will. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can reconsider blah blah blah. Well, now we know Ryunosuke is a soap thief from public baths. That's neat. A handbag, obviously. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say?
Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items.
Let me see, a little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner.
Yeah. Hi, Rhea.
I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too.
What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard?
It's really very simple. It's simple, in fact. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire the gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. A true murder weapon, if you will.
You can't seriously be suggesting...
Inspector Hosonaga? Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Jezebel Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? But I guess it's a bad time. Okay. No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! Thank you for the hydrate.
What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The mean... Because I didn't know you'd still be alive. Yeah, I don't know when I'm gonna stop.
Sedge, what did you send?
I see. It is unfortunate. Sorry.
Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents of the time?
No.
Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
Me knowing? I'll probably wrap up after we get to the next checkpoint in this when it says to be continued. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Sir, stop dying in the courtroom. It's so bad for your health. Well, what a sorry situation. Have a few hours to kill? Okay. Clearly you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary. No? People can lie. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. This is a print. This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. What's the bull brand on him? Or I guess it's a tattoo. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through to what's inside it. And that's right. Apparently, the meshwork bags like these are at the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Lurk. Thank you for the lurk. Thank you for helping me to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Ugh. What? Order. Inspector Hosonaga, will you submit that print as evidence at once? Certainly, Your Excellency. Thank you for the hydrate. Taken by Hosonaga after the incident occurred, shows Brett's handbag on chair by the victim's table. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine witness counsel. Court has now been shown considerable evidence, as the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance. I am satisfied there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must take my ruling.
Indeed. There's only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime.
No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it?
I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat, while the strong eat. You are wasting your time, and there's no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on your heart's content. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell.
This can't be happening. Am I really gonna be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma, what? Is there really no chance of turning the trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest, which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. What about motive? We haven't considered motive at all. Why would I want to shoot him? Fluffy loaf. Very well, I shall proceed immediately to the ruling.
It seems we are able to report to the British government on time after all.
Smug little Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence. Wait, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
I understand.
What are you wearing?
What?
Why do you have a thing on your hand? Did you sprain your wrist? What's going on, kid?
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. Photographic print submitted appears to have no further significance. There is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means if there was a problem with evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on this case at this time would be out of the question.
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at the photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence.
You'd better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I failed to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag.
Ha, my thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes.
Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. Only I could put my finger on it. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity.
What?
But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effective. Are you gonna bash me with your hammer? Oh my. Woo. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So take another look at the photograph written print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. I mean, this, right? Like, there's nothing over here, but like, what if we look at the things thingies are attached to? Oh, no, wait. Tattoo?
Yes!
Yes? Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description. It was a brand!
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag.
Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noted it when he was performing his post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we?
Here you go. Go. Be free, doggo.
And no possible way of knowing either. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by its curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor
Ouchie points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow further time to be spent on precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now.
Oh, of course, dear lady. Why, we shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
So you're thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yeah, you're right. I am. We can just link that burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to pry this shutting.
Is that how you spell pry? No, it's P-R-Y.
Pry this shutting door back open again.
Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence? Evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. Tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between the burn and that case. And the case. This is the moment of truth. Time to find some evidence that proves what the burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. Evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. Yeah, one second, Your Honor. I'm save. And also go to the bathroom real quick. Okay. No, go back. Go back. No. Hmm. Oh. That's probably it. Yeah. Your Excellency, I have found it. The plate's hot. Be careful.
Yes!
What's this, Council? Yet another print. Yes, Your Excellency, I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. We humans look at a scene and we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further would really be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here, forevermore. What? How?
Attention!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that is your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn?
Oh, I mean the thing? This thing?
The beefsteak?
Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate?
Your Excellency, are you alright?
As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of Le Carnival. This emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Ryunosuke, you're a genius. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant. Whoosh. We got to it.
But even if that's the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened some other unrelated time.
Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks.
Why?
The outlet of the burn is clearly discernible, or outline of the burn. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion at the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster. Certainly.
But...
I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate were around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken about 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of Le Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation.
But you're a detective, not a waiter.
Yes!
There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burned themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it. That's right, and the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ochi?
Well, yes, I suppose.
So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it, Ryunosuke. Do you think? Can it really be true? Never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of that to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already dead. I gotta. Hold on. Hold up. Hadn't noticed the burn. Obviously, he just didn't notice it, guys. Yes, the professor, being as absent-minded as usual, was unaware of his hand falling onto the piping hot plate and didn't even notice the burn happening. You didn't even know the professor, and here you are labeling him as bumbling scatterbrain. Huh? How about I hold your wrist on a hot plate and see how your bumbling scatterbrain copes? Dang. Perhaps the scream you let out will wake you up a bit. Well, it's nice that there's this frankness developing between us, partner. Don't call me partner after coming out with nonsense like that. It's a critical moment. It may very well be our only chance to turn things in our favor, so come on, Ryunosuke. You can do it. Or rather, you have to do it. You're the only one who can. There's only one explanation. He's asleep. Yes, the professor, with his tendency to nod off, was asleep when his hand fell into the piping hot plate and he didn't even notice the burn happening. You didn't even know the professor, and here you are labeling him as a dim-witted dozer? Huh? How about I hold your wrist on a hot plate and we see if you can sleep through it? Perhaps the scream will wake you up a bit. He's already dead. No man could have remained silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. It's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness! Ah! screaming in the courtroom. Order, order, please. Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot.
That's right. It's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Ouchie, it's you who has no grasp of the facts. Was he poisoned? Did she poison his drink? And then take his glass and move her glass into his position, and then shoot him to make it seem like he died from gunshot? Did he drop his gun because he was threatened and was pulling it out to defend himself? And then realized he died of poison, or didn't realize he died of poison, dropping the gun to the ground. That's the theory I'm going on. I beg your pardon?
I beg your pardon?
As soon as it became apparent the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Breton knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement.
But, Your Excellency...
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. Okay?
Why are you smiling?
Yes, of course.
I mean,
I'd be delighted to help, especially if it helps relations between my country and yours.
Miss Brett, you speak Japanese?
Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country, after all. But then why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking your vulgar tongues as much as possible. Ugh. But it seems the men of this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of an English gentleman. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level.
Well...
You are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So we're finally gonna hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke.
Witness testimony.
The victim's death. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possibilities of possible causes of death other than gunshot. If there's some other way the man's life could have been taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Okay. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it. I hope that is the last time I'll have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me, I do hope I haven't insulted anyone.
No, not at all. Not at all. It's a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant.
I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today.
The Minister of Justice?
May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Huh? Thanks? What was that? A prayer then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. Oh, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Oof. That was loud. Just starts bleeding from the nose. Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. Blink, blink. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that.
Yes!
But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't have not noticed. You can't not have noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived in this courtroom, and even still now, the flyer on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You can't have noticed, can you? Oh, what? What fun! You hadn't realized.
The dear lady is absolutely right.
As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke. Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can't your tiny brain imagine such a thing?
Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can.
Yes!
Well, I can't.
Anyway... When the waiter brought my steak,
The professor and I raised our glasses in a toast.
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right?
Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember, which explains why he ordered that drink. Correct, waiter?
Exactly as you say, sir. Although, whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. Damn you.
I have enough English to understand that, at least for the benefit of the others in the court, it means bless you.
I think it means the exact opposite. So this is where the meme is from? This is the third, series in the third trilogy in this series. It actually comes from the first one with Phoenix Wright. But, this is the main protagonist of this, so they, like, kind of, took the same character profile and, put that as him. I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway... As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible causes of death besides the gunshot. I meant to go back. I need to press that.
Yes!
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhaging from ballistic trauma. Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist wasn't going to kill us. As there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been the bullets from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away, when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yeah, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, and then he must have already been dead at that point. And yet the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time. Okay. So your investigation on the post-mortem thing isn't done by a person doing an autopsy, and like it's literally done by the person who came to clean up the body and look over this entire crime scene and be like, you know, I guess this is what happened. I don't really know. I concur. Prosecutor Ouchie is right. There's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace? Please do show me.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. As our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt that... Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've stated, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark? If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Autopsy at the time weren't really done all that often or to such a degree unless there was reason to assume unseen cause of death. Me pushing the straight hair. Thank you. No, Marquise, they literally said that in other parts of the world, like in Great Britain, the post-mortem thing report is done by a person doing an autopsy on the body and cataloging everything, or the entire state of it. But here, they're not doing that yet. In fact, it is just the investigator looking at the body and trying to link the probable cause of death based on sight. That's about it. So like, he didn't even get moved off the crime scene. It was just like, oh, burn marks. There's a bullet there. It's a bullet.
Oh no, perish the thought. Calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, Takesuchi Ochi, will cut down any who dares cast such an aspersion.
So he hasn't had an autopsy and everyone's just fling... Yes, exactly. That is exactly what's happening here. I didn't finish reading.
Cut down any who dare cast such aspersions.
A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yeah, exactly. So what I'm thinking happened is, his glass was poisoned. And, hers wasn't. And she didn't She even went to the point of taking the poisoned glass, because why else would she take a glass unless it had poison in it of some kind? Yes, evidence. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? The lands of the Great British Empire, the police store investigate. In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at the crime scene for a later examination, but in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so?
Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident.
Exactly, which means even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Stop dying in the courtroom. It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives, to try to preserve the crime scene? I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can. You understand?
A killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful.
Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchie is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think this is going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would have meant... I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma. What? There is one thing I noticed, something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yeah, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant, if it might present an opening, maybe? Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on the last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time instead of targeting the woman herself? Let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Cosmo's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose. Once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again. And this is... okay. This is a good way of explaining why you would press on something multiple times. If you get a reaction but don't get information, press it again.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at the crime scene for later examination, but in this country, you investigate it once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so?
Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident.
Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful to not let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right, look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Sorry, pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. Huh? What marker? He's also bleeding out the mouth? Yeah, he's been doing that all day. Don't worry about it. The moment we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right with A and D, you can turn your attention to the other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with space. If you catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you've ever noticed a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker across, and then focus, and then pursue. Got it. Which means even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Okay, it was just taking a bit. You. Excuse me. Stop dying! I'm sorry, I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts. Deeply. Looked like you were thinking something over just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say. If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? It is the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find a fault with their testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately.
Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not.
Hmm?
The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness.
Splat.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yeah? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this for example. This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on that day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone else says. Yeah, there's some left in the bottle, I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it. Sir, stop dying. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Carbonated water bottle has been entered into the court record. The carbonated water the victim and Miss Brett shared on the day of the murder is on the victim's table. Miss Brett. Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? He's gonna die in them stands, yeah, for sure. Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Sir, you're spilling ketchup out your mouth. It's not something meant for consumption. Some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace. Please do show me this. But let's also investigate the bottle. Oop, all spilt. Labels written in a foreign language I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. Must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Go to France and ask. Yeah, just go to France right now, forehead. You could just say that you don't know. So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. Looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Rinosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, it's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right, we don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Rinosuke. In more ways than one. I wonder... Could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility.
Yes!
What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there's one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Eh? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Just the ribbons billowing. Order, order. And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could have possibly done it. Giselle Brett. It was you.
Objection!
This is outrageous. To suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence? You little rookie imbecile. Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Yes, which is why it's probably best to assume to make it seem like somebody's making that treaty supposed to be faulty instead of, you know, or based on poor judgment than anything. What if there's somebody who is in the British countries? What if there was a Brit that decided they didn't want to have the treaty with Japan and they stood to ruin it? Like, come on. Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize an entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one's individual guilt with respect to one crime.
What?
The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. If I may, I will silence you forever for this disgrace. It is you who should be silent.
Of course.
Dear lady? Where did that come from? She just
snapped.
I'm afraid that I have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady, to what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? Man drank the poison. Oh, that's why you're right. He sampled it and it didn't immediately kill him, so he's like, yep, it's water. I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. Were they? No. Giving himself head trauma. I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he is poisoned. Thank you, counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest, shot to the heart from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Just guessed based on him hacking up the lung in the bottle. I mean, I figured kind of, but at the same time, I just didn't make the correlation until you said, oh, he's poisoned. And I'm like, all right, that is the, The accused, who by his own admission was holding the weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. Court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point? Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving. Who? Hi? Oh, right, the lady, the girl that was sent out. Hi, you. Yes. I don't know your name. Please wait. Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on a court proceeding, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, judicial assistant to the defense. Mikotoba? Oh, so he's her doctor. She's his daughter. Words. In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning, and in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in furoshiki cloth. A little medicine cloth thing. To be continued. Okay, I'm done. My voice is like that. Save? Yes. This is fun. I'll pick this up tomorrow because we're doing Resi on... Actually, wait. We might be doing Mother Gunship tomorrow. I don't know. We'll have to figure it out. But yeah, I will. This has been fun. I'm glad I got this. And the poison in question, maybe? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Did you want to do Mother Gunship? Yes, I did. Do you want to do that tomorrow? Cool. We'll figure out times afterwards then, and I will make an announcement on my Discord about what time we're doing that. So until then, thank you so much for stopping by, hanging out, lurking. And I will see you guys next time. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, morning, evening, night, whatever it may be. Mm. My thing is not letting me do things. Bye.